Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of the Talos Principle 2. Now, I'm debating whether I should give you the full recap. Possibly I won't today. So last time we played, we completed all the main story missions up to what appears to be the point of no return. By which I mean, after we there's indications, I can't be sure until we do it, but there's indications that once I begin the final mission objective, I'm not sure what you'd call it, that may then lead us inevitably to the end of the game, and that if I want to do any more of the optional content, which I do, then I need to do it now. What that means is I suspect the rest of this stream, and probably a few more streams, is going to be me just doing the optional content. Given that that's the case, there's probably not as much value as there normally would be in my giving you the recap of the game so far, because I usually do that under the assumption that there is a slim possibility someone that's not familiar with the game and hasn't seen many of my previous streams may turn up to the beginning of one of these streams and, you know, want to know what's going on. Actually, now I think about it, that's not that unlikely at all, because I know I have people that watch my channel that haven't been watching Talos, for example. But I predict that's not going to make much of a difference this stream, because we're not going to be progressing the story. Anywho, so here's the thing, there's a few different optional things we can do, and if I'm gonna do the shrines as well as the golden gates, then the next bit of the game is presumably going to be me walking around for a long time trying to find stuff. Stuff that the devs have hidden. I don't know. I didn't get round to like looking this up online or anything to see if there are any. Oh, I can have a conversation with you. I didn't realise when I go to an area everyone else comes back as well.
Yes?
What do you think about the situation in New Jerusalem? Okay, I'll try to give you a very, very quick overview of the game so far. Humans are dead, wiped out by disease. They created some androids. They could create the bodies, but they weren't able to create the software to be their minds yet. They didn't have the technology. They built a supercomputer that was using a generational evolutionary algorithm to generate more and more intelligent AIs over a long period of time. A few hundred years after humans had been wiped out, the supercomputer finished its job and it uploaded the AI which had passed all the tests to an android body that the humans had previously prepared. That android called themselves Athena. They found 12 other bodies lying around that the humans had left, and in those bodies she put a composite of the last generation of androids, because it was a genetic evolutionary algorithm, she could combine them to create new individuals, which is exactly what she did. This group of 12 became known as the Companions, and herself the founder. They founded a city called New Jerusalem. After they tried to found a second city called New Alexandria, and there was an accident killing several of them, they became very conservative and stopped developing new technology like they should have been. They stopped sending scouting parties out to find new resources. They tried to maintain things, but they just weren't doing the things they needed to grow and expand, which is what they needed to do. Athena got fed up with this. She left. She ended up meeting up with her boyfriend Cornelius. They built themselves a daughter out here in these ruins, and they teched up very, very quickly, but then there was an accident and Miranda died. Cornelius went back to New Jerusalem and just didn't tell people the truth about where he had been. He just said he'd been on a research expedition and left it at that. So we didn't know that that's where he'd been. Then on our completion day, we're an Android 1000. There was a celebration because notionally we'd reached the goal of 1,000 individuals. Originally that was a goal. It was like, well, imagine if we could reach 1,000, but after they went all conservative, it became a limit. We finally built the last individual. There were celebrations on that day. We were contacted by a hologram calling itself Prometheus. Prometheus told us to come to this island. We did. That's when we discovered on the expedition about Athena and Cornelius having been here. We uncovered what had happened. We found out that Prometheus and two other holograms, Pandora and the Sphinx, are actually aspects of Athena, and she's asleep inside the megastructure, which is a big machine that they built. And somehow her psyche is being manifested as these holograms that have different views about whether it's a good idea to pursue expansion and technological development, or if it's better to play it safe, essentially. But yeah, that's the main story so far. Oh, and the mayor got overthrown. Mayor Hermanubis, who was a conservative, got overthrown. And, well, I say overthrown, there was a vote, an election, and replaced by Byron, who's a friend of ours, and he is very much a progressive. So that's the story so far. Okie dokie, Jenny. What do you think about the situation in New Jerusalem?
Now that Byron's in charge, I feel less stuck. The city is coming back to life, and I can do things that matter. Feels good.
Excellent. So everything that surrounds us is a dream printed into reality.
Well, that explains the
Hey Bex, lovely to see
between
you.
all those schematics you found and the actual megastructure. It's all been transformed by Athena's dream. No wonder it was driving me potty. Driving me potty? What kind of bizarre idiot came up with that expression? I'm serious. The moment we're done with this, I'm going to sit down and update the language libraries. And I'm going to put in every swear word in every language ever invented.
Goodness me. This is the Talos Principle, right? Talos Principle 2, thank you for reminding me I didn't update the stream information. I do appreciate that. I'm tired, to be perfectly honest. But no, I should try to be more on the ball than that. It's just a title and category, yep. I wanted to make sure, no worries at all. I noticed these details, and I appreciate the fact you pointed it out. If you hadn't pointed it out, that may not have changed for the entire stream. How are you anyway? Seriously, it happens to the best of us, don't worry about it. Thank you. What did you do while I was being repaired?
After Byron woke up, he enlisted me for his campaign. He said I was the only one who could really explain just how broken New Jerusalem really is. I think this might have been the first time people actually really listened to me.
Oh, blimey. Very interesting. And very, very, very encouraging. I should get back to work. So as I was explaining... Oh! We've got a redeem from Art Dad. Okay, I can read some facts. What I was going to say is due to... I've finished... Oops. I've finished the... like, all the story missions up until what appears to be the point of no return. I get the impression that if I carry on the story now, we end up in a place where we can't go back until the game's finished. So I'm gonna start getting through all the optional stuff today. I'm okay, been stressed today, but I've got the rest of it to myself, so can't complain. That's good. Hope you're doing well, other than the tiredness. Yep, point of no return. I don't know, I've been very up and down recently. As I think I've spoken to you about, it's difficult. I wish it didn't have to be so difficult. I wish I didn't have to deal with depressive episodes and what have you. And feeling like I'm a terrible person and stuff like that, but it is what it is. Art Dad redeemed, read me some facts, so I'm going to go grab the encyclopedia. I'm sorry to hear you're still dealing with this. It can't be easy, but rest assured you're absolutely not a terrible person. Well, there are, believe it or not, there are people in the world that would beg to differ with you there. So I think What is an Eclipse was the last one we read. Looks like it. So, facts for Art Dad. This page is called Fly Me to the Moon. Only 12 humans have experienced what it feels like to walk on the moon, starting with the US astronaut Neil Armstrong in 1969. Apparently there were more than 100 successful moon missions. Some failed missions, and some moon missions that are planned for the future. I didn't know they were thinking of I know there was some talk of possibly going back to the moon, but I wasn't aware that there was anything all that definite at this stage. I mean, the main problem with going to the moon, as I understand it, is that it's boring. Like, it was a wonderful, wonderful thing to set as a goal for humanity. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for setting these difficult tasks for humanity to overcome. Like, in the very similar vein, I think setting climbing Mount Everest as a goal for people to achieve was similarly, a wonderful thing to do, which we eventually achieved. But a bit like with Everest, there's, in fact, probably more so than with Everest, as far as I'm aware, there's not much point to go back there because there's nothing there. We're not going to learn anything. But I don't know. Maybe they've come up with some stuff that they think they can learn now, which science wouldn't have allowed them to learn a few years ago. Oh, I see. When I said there's over 100 moon missions, it looks like they've actually drawn, like, which I can't show you, unfortunately, lines showing missions to the moon. Although the only problem with that is they're spaced out in such an even fashion, I do not believe that those are the actual real missions, that they were actually, like, going to one spot, then going like 100 miles in whatever direction it would be, like south or what have you, then 100 miles down again or what have you. I don't believe that. This infographic has been drawn that way just to be artistically pleasing, I should think. The US and the USSR were pioneers of space exploration. These two countries launched a total of 90 lunar missions between 1958 and 1976. Chang'e 1 was China's first mission beyond Earth's orbit. In recent years, China has launched more lunar missions than any other country. Oh, lunar missions includes probes then. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm still not sure what a probe would do there, necessarily. I mean, probes on Mars make sense, because there is still so much we don't know about Mars, and we're still trying to ascertain about life on Mars. If they're making you feel bad for whatever you're going through, however you're dealing with it, that's on them, not you. But if you'd rather I dropped it, I'll drop it. Well, I mean, I don't mind. Yeah, I mean, I'm not upset or offended or anything that you'd talk about it. So don't worry about that. This is funny because you're reading moon facts while I'm rushing to get the Moonlight Sword early in Bloodborne. Oh, are you? How do you even rush to get it early in Bloodborne? Because you have to get into the DLC. Oh, can you get into the DLC after you fought the Cleric Beast? Oh, so you could presumably get the Moonlight Sword. It's like your second boss if you were, if, as you say, you were to rush it. Landed crew missions: Apollo 11, July 1969. Apollo 12, November 1969. Apollo 14, January 1971. I notice they've skipped a number. I'm guessing, hopefully, I don't know off the top of my head what happened to Apollo 13. Hopefully it wasn't too tragic. Apollo 15, July 1971. Apollo 16, April 1972. Apollo 17, December 1972. Wait, was Apollo 13 the one where the astronauts... something went wrong and they had to turn back? Was that a thing? Or have I made that up? Oh, I might be getting confused, but I remember a mission, I don't know if it was a moon mission, but obviously it was a space mission, where the astronauts had some sort of problem with their, was it oxygen generation? And NASA ended up having to sit down and have a real think about how they could improvise some sort of coupling device out of just the stuff they had on their ship. Like not like real equipment, just like, you know, like old packets of stuff and what have you. They had to like figure out how they could get like the spare, their oxygen generation wasn't working, and there was a component, I think, on like some other module. Like, I don't know if it was like the module that would have landed on the moon or something, but they had like a component that would do the same thing, but because it was built in a different country to different standards, they didn't actually fit together, and so NASA ended up having to come up with this way that the astronauts could improvise a solution, and then they ended up coming back home. NASA's Apollo 13 mission planned to land astronauts on the moon. However, owing to a damaged oxygen tank, the mission had to be aborted. Thankfully, all the astronauts returned home safely. That was the one I was thinking of then. NASA's Artemis missions are planned to land the first woman and the first person of colour on the moon during the 2020s. I see. Anyway, that appears to be just about everything. So, those are your facts, aren't there? Amelia. Okay, so it wouldn't be the Cleric Beast. When could you fight Amelia at the earliest? Let me see. You'd have to go past Gascoigne. But the door isn't open immediately, is it? Is it the witches you have to take out to get into the door? So I'm thinking, could you do Cleric Beast, Gascoigne, Witches, Amelia, Ludwig? 5 bosses? Just remember to be kind to yourself. Easier said than done, I know. It is hard. Especially with the autism, making it very hard for me to know, to understand. Like, it's not that I lack empathy, I just really struggle to put myself in other people's shoes, even when I try to do so. And yeah, it's just, the whole situation I find extremely confusing and painful. BSB or spend 10k for the key. Bloodstarved Beast. Oh. Does that let you through the door to Amelia? Interesting. Sorry, I was just looking up. So to clarify the situation in terms of the game, there's a sprite somewhere on the level, and that needs to be led back here. And there's also, I believe, there's another shrine this way, and I believe it's indicating that there's like a receiver from one of the puzzles that isn't inside a puzzle, that is just somewhere on the level. And I think connecting that up somehow is going to lead to progress. The reason I'm pointing this out is because in both cases I'm gonna basically be on a scavenger hunt. I need to try and find stuff on quite a large level where I have no idea where to begin. I'm interpreting this to mean I'm looking for a receiver, because that to me looks like a diagram of a receiver. So the issue is, there's 12 regions in this game, and I'd end up repeating this process over and over again of like going on a scavenger hunt, and that sounds boring to me. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is quickly like look up online, if I can find somewhere that doesn't give too much away, that could just point me in the right direction, tell me where to start on each of these, and then I'll do the rest of the puzzling. That's my thoughts. Sometimes it's really hard to properly acknowledge that other people are even real. It's not like we don't know what they are, it's just often too much for us to fully comprehend. That may be true, but I'm thinking more about just how frustrating it is when you just fail to understand other people's thoughts and feelings, and you know, you think you're taking account of them, you think you're doing the right thing, and then, well, anyway, perhaps you know what I'm getting at. And you're still falling short. Yes, that's it, exactly.
Hey 1K, how are you?
Hey, you're cute. How are you feeling?
There's still some part of me that's afraid that things will go wrong. I don't know if I can ever really shake that, but I do feel hopeful. I think things are finally going to get better.
What's up with those puzzles with the golden gates?
I'm not sure. There seems to be one per site. Maybe they open up when you complete the rest of them? I've only had a brief look at them with the drone, and they look complicated. But maybe that's just me. You know how I am with puzzles.
We've already solved one of those puzzles already, the golden gate ones. So just to clarify a bit more. Hang on. Thanks, I have to go. Yeah, just to clarify a bit more, as I say, I've done all the main puzzles, all the story puzzles, the like mandatory ones in this area, and now in each of the regions, of the 12 regions in this game, there's going to be one Golden Gate puzzle and like 2 shrine puzzles, and the shrine puzzles, as I say, are a bit of a scavenger hunt. So I've already done the Golden Gate puzzle here what I'm looking for is hopefully a guide online that will just tell me, right, start from here. Like, if you're solving this puzzle, start from here. And then I'll work the rest out. I just want to skip the scavenger hunt, but still doing the puzzling myself. The thing is, it's a two-way street. They need you to understand their feelings. They also need to understand that your understanding may be limited by your autism, and that is not your fault. It's kind of a catch-22, unfortunately. Yep, I have a lot of feelings and a lot of thoughts on this subject. And I'd be happy to continue discussing it with you off stream. This looks promising. Hints and solutions for all stars. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pushed it so far on stream. That's okay. I don't worry. Please don't worry. I'm just being mindful that I don't say anything that I may later regret on stream, that's all. The sprite you're looking for isn't anywhere near the monument. You'll have to get exploring. Did you notice the faint beam coming out of the statue's head? Okay. I like this. I like the fact that this guide I've just found is giving me increasingly more specific hints. Or increasingly more it's giving me a sliding scale of hints, is what I'm trying to say. That gives me something to work with. Okay, fair. Yeah, like I say, I mean, I'm an open book. I'm happy to discuss it. And you haven't offended me. I do like a game guide that doesn't tell you exactly what to do, but does gently guide you. Yes, I play a lot of like old point-and-click adventure games. Well, I mean, I don't have any on the go at the moment, but I have done, and I intend to do so in the future. And there is a website, is it UHS Hints or something? Which has a lot of old adventure games. It has exactly what I've just described. It has like a sliding scale of hints for every puzzle in the games. It's really good. And I believe it's contemporaneous as well. I could be wrong. What I think happened, and again, this is my guesswork, I think that they were probably compiling these guides back when these games were new, possibly in a physical form, in a magazine or something, although I could be wrong. I'm guessing here. Might have been just a very early internet website on the internet, and then I think later on they decided to like... well, I just said could have been an early website. I think they probably compiled the hints together on the website later, I would guess. And one of my reasons for thinking that is because for older adventure games, they have almost every game imaginable included. But for newer adventure games, they're often just not on the website. So again, it strikes me as probably like a much older... I'll tell you what I bet it was, now I think about it. I bet it was a phone service originally. Do you remember when you used to get phone services for video games, where it's like, call our number and you'll speak to one of our experts and they'll give you hints for the game? I'm guessing, I bet that's how they started out, and then they turned it into a website later. I'm guessing that emanation from the head is pointing me in the right direction. Let me try and get a bearing so that I won't lose my way if I have to, like, Change course. Right, we're 1 notch off of south. How many notches are there? Quite a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're... what's that going to be? It's going to be 90 degrees between the cardinal directions. So that's 9 degrees off of south in the easterly direction. My boyfriend loves point and clicks, and he's even been showing me his favourites. Some of the puzzles seem unintuitive to me, but they're intuitive if you're familiar with the genre. Yes and no, I would say. It depends upon the game. Adventure games are, unfortunately, very famous for their moon logic. They're notorious for having puzzles which just really they don't make sense. Oh, there's the sprite. They don't make sense. Often they don't make sense at all, and if they do make sense, they only make sense once you already know the solution, if that makes sense. They're not something you're likely to have originated. But it does vary. Some adventure games don't have that problem at all. But I'm thinking of the fact that there was one adventure game, I remember, where there was a puzzle where you had to get to the other side of a gorge, and there was a flower nearby, and it turns out the solution to that puzzle was to grab a bicycle pump, if I recall correctly, and you attach it to the flower, and you pump the flower up until it becomes a big bouncy trampoline. It's that doesn't make sense. That is not something that's likely to occur to someone. I know what you mean. It's not logical at all. Yeah, exactly. You do sort of get better at it the more you do them, in the sense that you sort of get I suppose, as you put it, an intuition. You sort of get a nose for it. It's like you're better at reading environmental hints, oh, there's a flower there that I can interact with. Why can I interact with this one flower? Isn't that a bit odd? And of course, once you've seen enough puzzles of that sort, you come to expect it a bit more, if that makes sense. But yeah, if you're interested, I could recommend you some very beginner-friendly point-and-click adventure games that I rate highly. Both are good and aren't too bad on the old moon logic. There we go. That's a shrine done. I mean, I'm up for trying anything. Okay. Just to check, do you have
You must yearn for a better world. Yearn for it with such intensity that your heart suffers. Keep your eyes on that distant vision even when you know that you may never reach it.
Goodness. Thank you, Prometheus. Yeah, I was just gonna ask, how new are you to the genre? Okay, Prometheus. Well, I mean, it's good advice. The one that I would generally recommend to people that are, really quite new, never played a full one myself. Okay. On Steam, look for the Dark Futures bundle, because that comes with 4 games, which are all dark dystopian sci-fi, and they're all well worth playing, I think. And start with Primordia. Unfortunately, I think Primordia is the best of the 4, but honestly, it has a lot of modern conveniences which the original adventure games didn't have. It's not too hard. Great story, great universe, some good music in there. I think it's the Dark Futures bundle. Let me quickly check. Yep. Oh, not the. Just Dark Futures bundle, it looks like. Let me check these are the right games. Oh, maybe not. That is not the bundle I expected. Hang on. Is there more than one bundle with a very similar name? I'll get to the bottom of this. It could be that I'm misremembering the name. No, here it is, Dark Futures bundle. As ridiculous as it sounds, it looks like there might be two bundles with the same name, but I'm thinking of the one that contains Gemini Rue, Primordia, Techno Babylon, and Shardlight. And as I say, Primordia especially, I think, would be a good one to begin with, because the nice thing about Primordia is that the sidekick character in the game, there's the main character you play and there's like a sidekick, he actually acts as an in-game hint system. If you get stuck on a puzzle, you can actually ask him for ideas and he will actually like give you a sliding scale of hints, starting at a bit vague to basically telling you what to do. Techno Babylon is one of the games my boyfriend showed me. Oh, I see. That's a good one. What was I doing? I was going to the other shrine, wasn't I? One of the first. What did you think of it? If you don't mind my asking. I thought it was fantastic. The world building was immensely detailed and such a good payoff in the end. I think you're going to like these then. Obviously there was just a little bit of concern in my mind. You know, what if, for example, you don't gel with the themes of these games? Like, I don't know, if sci-fi's not so much your thing, although I'm guessing, I suspect sci-fi probably is your thing, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be a problem. I think so too. Thanks for the recommendations. You're very welcome. I thought you'd love sci-fi. Also, even if I don't gel with them, I wouldn't hold it against you. Thank you. That I did need to hear that, and I do appreciate it. Right, reading another hint. The receiver in this monument needs to be powered by a green laser. Luckily, there's plenty of those to go around. Oh, I am a fool. I didn't even notice that. The receiver that's in that diagram is literally on the monument. Okay. That's all I needed to hear. I'll try to figure the rest out myself. Is this a puzzle? I think it is. It'll be a good place to start looking. Yep, we've got green in here. Hang on. I can't get up high, but one good idea, well, as in I can't get up there, which is where I'd want to be, but one good idea might be to see which puzzles are visible from here. Because, I mean, I just went in the closest one, but I was just thinking if there was like a puzzle that was high up, it might have visibility on that statue without being the closest as the crow flies, as it were. I don't know. Perhaps we'll just have to go through a few of the puzzles and see what we can see. Aha! I do have line of sight on it. Right, this is almost certainly it then. How do I get the green? I can see lots of green receivers. There's a blue producer. RGB converter. Do we have an inverter? We have a connector. I either need a red producer or I need an inverter. I must be being blind. Aha, red. Okay, got it. Right, so presumably I use that to get the blue round the corner. Right, from here, can I... Let's shift my position ever so slightly. Can I still see the... Yep, I can still see the destination. I can see the red from here, which is good. I can see the blue. So the way RGB converters work is you give them 2 of the primary colours and they'll produce the last one. So I've given this one red and blue, so it's producing green. Done! That's another star we've earned. Excellent. So, one
When
Pandora
the first
monument.
man picked up the first stone, he did not do so to forge a tool. He did so to smite his brother.
Alrighty then. Thanks for letting us know. Right, so I believe that is this area, literally, this region, 1 of 12, completely done now. I don't think there's anything else here we can do. I'm just trying to find my way back to the vehicle we used to go between regions. I had to double check, but I'm not surprised at all that my boyfriend owns all 4 of the Dark Futures games in that bundle. He may have even bought that bundle. He may have. I've definitely gone the wrong way here. Right, on to East 2. That is definitely everything done here, isn't it? 8 of 8, 2 of 2, 1 of 1, 1 of 1, 2 of 2. That appears to be everything. Let's go! This little transport by rail system reminds me of Ribbon. Solve remaining puzzles optional, indeed. I guess I'm going to the Golden Gate puzzle first. Where to from here? Oh, back this way. Have I passed it? Or was it round here? Unclear. This is a long path leading somewhere. Ah, there's a double triangle puzzle, so it's not there. Okay. Ah, this way. Oh, and we have a Sphinx puzzle, which I may as well take a look at. 2, 4, 7, 8. Hello. There's something going overhead. Okay, I should investigate that at some point. That's probably to do with the Sphinx puzzle. But I'm looking for the Golden Gate puzzle right now. Which apparently is this way. Here we go. So this is a brand new puzzle that we've never done before. Lonely Heights. Okay. We've got a red receiver up there, which apparently lets us into the terminal that we need to complete the puzzle. Is that a driller? That's a driller. A fan? Huh. That's one of the copper surfaces we can drill through. So I can head up here. Interesting. Well, we found ourselves a box, which I'll drop down, since I'm sure we'll need that later. Red receiver here. Red receiver there. Oh, I may have dropped that on the wrong side. I'm thinking I was supposed to use it over there. I hope I haven't mucked up the puzzle already. That would be a shame. What is the point to this area? I don't see anything down there that's worthwhile. I really don't know. Oh. Oh. Okay. There's a connector on a pressure plate over there. And you're preventing a force field from appearing over there. Huh. Well, I think it's fair to say I'm supposed to... you can reset though, right? If you need to, I can. I don't know why it bothers me when I do. It is part of the game. I can just reset whenever I want to. It just somehow feels slightly more... slightly more of a failure if I have to. If I've actually got the puzzle into a state where it's unsolvable. Good, good. I'm gonna be honest, I think I may have actually... No, hang on. I know how we get out of this one. I just ride the fan up with the box in my hand. Because it doesn't matter that... In fact, let's even watch this in third person. It doesn't matter that the box you would think would clip through. The game doesn't care about that. It's in my hand, so it's incorporeal. Right, I see. So I weigh that down there, and then I can pick up the drill, and I can use the drill to get the connector. So the drill will bore holes through copper, like this. I assume it's copper. I've never seen it I've never seen it described in game, but it looks like the colour of copper to me, and that looks like the colour of copper oxide. So I'm assuming it's copper. Anyway, we can drill through copper, but nothing else. And drilling through is a temporary thing. If I remove this, the hole disappears. I guess it's more like creating a wormhole or something. Anyway, I will have that connector, thank you very much. I understand that feeling. It really used to get me down that I hit walls with video games, like it was a personal failing. It's certainly acting like copper, or a portal. Yeah. I just tend to feel bad for the viewers. Like, I am genuinely trying my best to be entertaining, and if I end up hitting a wall, I just feel like I'm not being entertaining. It's all part of the process. We're on this journey with you. Incidentally, I have not worked this puzzle out yet. I'm still very much at the experimenting stage, seeing what I can do. Right. So, ultimately, I need to get a red signal there. Once I've done that, I won. To do that, I need to get... There's only one red producer, and that's over there. I'm wondering if I put the box here and have the connector on top of it, and, like, send the signal over the top here. It looks like it would get high enough. That probably would work. Alright, let's suppose that is actually what I'm supposed to be doing here. For the sake of argument, that would require me to get everything out of here. That's only going to work if I move you. Right, that's wonderful. But now I need to bootstrap this somehow. And I'm not sure if I can. What I mean is, once this receiver's getting red power, it's going to bring this force field down. So if I could bring this force field down, it would stay down. But I need some way to get it down now. Which I genuinely don't think I have. No, actually I can. I just remembered how I'd do it. Do you remember there was that pressure plate from earlier that was also keeping that force field down? All we need to do is put the box on it temporarily, just long enough for the system to bootstrap itself. Right, now that that red receiver's getting the power, the force field should stay down. So I can pick this up. Indeed. So the whole point about moving the connector from here to here is so that when I walk out with the box, that connector is on the outside, not on the inside. Because this pressure plate is also holding this force field down. Sometimes you have components in puzzles where it's connected to multiple things and they all have to be activated, where it like ands them all together. Sometimes it's an OR. It's an OR in this case. This will be down if this pressure plate is depressed or this receiver's getting power. Point is, I no longer need this here. So I've now got all the components outside. And I think we've solved it. Because I've got all the components outside. Hang on. Let me just remove this temporarily so I can put this box on here. No, actually, I'll tell you what. I'll probably... How am I going to do this, actually? I know what I want to do. I'm not sure how to set it up. What I want to do is I want to have the connector up there connecting that red source to that red receiver on top of the box, which is being held in the air aloft by the fan. I think I need to bring the connector down to make that happen. Sadly, I sadly don't think very well in 3D spaces. To be fair, this particular series of puzzle games, the Talos principle, by playing it you get better. I think it's fair to say that a lot of the puzzles I'm doing now, and it looks like I'm finding quite easy, I'm only finding easy because I have done so many similar puzzles up to this point. It wouldn't have been that easy for me when I started. There we go. Solved.
We were happy here in the beginning. It was a relief to be away from the politics of New Jerusalem, to be free to study and to create, to imagine a better future without all the exhausting nonsense of the city. Even reusing the technology from New Alexandria felt good, like we were picking up a thread that should never have been abandoned. For the first time, we could be who we wanted to be, the best versions of ourselves.
I just noticed Cornelius had changed his profile picture to be a picture of Athena himself and Miranda. There is no way that he would have been using that profile picture prior to it being discovered that he had been at this site. Because no one knew that he'd seen Athena since she left New Jerusalem, let alone that they'd had a daughter. Be right back, putting dinner on. No worries? Now, I believe we were going to go to one of the shrines, weren't we? And see if I can't figure it out. Right, there's a line that's going above this shrine. Now, that is the line you get where there's connectors connected up, but no beam is currently being transferred. So let's just chase this from one end to the other and see what we find. I want to know what's at each end. Oh, welcome back. Would it be alright if I asked what's for dinner tonight? Out of curiosity. Okay, that's gone there. Yeah, this has changed direction. Let's keep following this thread. I'm being lazy again and having potato waffles with assorted veg and chicken. I've got a sneaking suspicion that you're a bit like me and you end up often having certain meals which you're very comfortable with, which you end up having over and over again. I know the other night I described it as a safe food. but apparently, I looked it up afterwards, apparently that's a slight misuse of the term. Apparently when they talk about safe foods with autistic people, they're thinking more about sensory processing issues, because a lot of foods will feel very strange in the mouths of some autistic people, and that can be very off-putting. I don't have a lot of sensory processing issues, or in fact, as far as I'm aware, any. So that was a slight misuse of the term, but I certainly tend to get into routines of having the same meals I'm comfortable with again and again. It's an easy meal that's yummy and relatively healthy. I'll get sick of it eventually and have to change it up, but yes, I don't either, really. I'd say it's more to do with routine, yeah. For me, it's a combination of routine and I know exactly what I'm going to get. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? It makes sense. So I've chased this to both ends. I'm just wondering what the point is. Ah, haha. That's the point. To get green here. It's to do with the other shrine. Okay. That's alright, we can solve this one first. So that implies... I don't know how I'm going to connect that up to there. I haven't figured that part out yet. But let's start with the other end. Let's see if I can get a green signal. Hang on. Now, I'll tell you what, there's a very good reason we don't start at the other end. So this is our ultimate destination. Where's it gone? That shrine. There's a green receiver there. And so that's what we're being tasked with, getting a green signal there. And I was just saying, because this is a pre-existing connector, like it's not one I've placed down, it's not one I can move, it's just a stationary one, I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to connect it up to the statue over there. I can't like pick it up and then change its connections and put it down again. And now what I was going to say is, well, since I know I need green, let's go to the other end of this chain and see how we get green to it. But it just occurred to me, if I'm going to have to connect it up using some other components, presumably from some other puzzle, how do I know that I want green here? It could be that I'm supposed to get the green to here via an RGB converter, in which case I might want blue or red. So that's why I think we should start at this end. Porridge is one of my one of the meals that my quote-unquote safe foods, one of the foods I'm very comfortable with, and we'll have over and over again. It's also a food from my childhood. I believe the American for that is oatmeal. I remember having this discussion recently on stream. Porridge is good. I'll have it when I can't have anything else. I think you did actually genuinely mean that in a complimentary way. I just I unless I'm mistaken, I think that may have come out slightly differently than perhaps you'd intended. I could be wrong. I did, sorry. It's one of those things I forget. It's in my cupboard sometimes. And there's a lot of very easy variations you can do with porridge. Some of the ones I'll do... Very often, I don't tend to have porridge on its own. I'll usually have it with either golden syrup, which is one that I do particularly remember from my childhood. Having porridge with golden syrup. Yum, yum, yum. Golden syrup, demerara sugar can be very nice. But you can also do more elaborate ones, like you can do raisins. That works very well. If you've got some fresh fruit, it also goes very well. I remember a while ago Tesco was doing some really nice mangoes, and I figured, why not? Why don't I cut up a mango and put it in some porridge? It was delicious. Mango porridge, absolutely amazing. If you've got the good, nice quality mangoes. Another one, I tend not to have it so much now because I'm trying to. I have been trying to make sure I don't. I really minimise alcohol intake, but one that I think's really nice is what I call pirate porridge, which is rum and raisin porridge. You don't mix the rum into the actual porridge mixture. You put it in the bowl underneath, and then you put the porridge with the raisins in on top. Banana is very nice as well. If all I can eat it into porridge, I'm still happy. I like to add honey to mine. Chopped banana in porridge is the goat. Another one I used to do is I used to what was it? It was I used to get these dried fruits from Holland and Barrett. So I'd have like apricot. I try to get the unsulfured apricot. If you see apricots and they're bright orange, like dried apricots, that means they've put sulfites on it. I try to get the apricots that don't have the sulfites. Apricots, dates, prunes, and I think there may have been one more that I was using. Maybe that was it, but I'd chop them all up and I'd put them in the porridge, and then I'd often have that with like golden syrup and then like this Q10 stuff that Holland and Barrett sell. I've forgotten the proper name of it, but it's like a assortment of like nuts and seeds and stuff that they've like ground up, and you just sprinkle that on top. That was amazing. Yikes. A streamer I watched made savoury porridge recently with herbs and stuff. It apparently turned out really nicely. Yeah, apparently the Scottish, who consider porridge to be something of a national dish, swear blind that porridge is a savoury dish and you should have it with salt. They have salty porridge. Which to me, I find... I've never tried it, to be fair. To me, it sounds abominable, but there you go. I've had salty porridge. It's alright. I've lived in Scotland for 20 years and I don't think they've ever tried to foist porridge on me. Oh, interesting. I am slightly surprised. That's interesting. I've never been to Scotland, but I genuinely was under the impression that they considered it something of a national dish. Probably connected to all that Puritanism, I should think. It sounds like a very Puritan thing, doesn't it? Salty porridge. It's just oats, water and salt. Yeah, perhaps it is regional. I'm trying to figure out the angles here, incidentally, if it's not clear what I'm doing. I know I'm supposed to be connecting this up to there. Up to there. Well, I say I know. I strongly suspect I am. I'm just trying to figure out where would have visibility. I could see this from that puzzle, but I don't think I could see this from that puzzle. I could be wrong. Right, it'd be about in line with the back there, would it? Okay. I don't know. The Puritanism is right where I live. They started opening Tesco on Sunday and people were protesting. Honestly, in 2025, it's just kind of embarrassing. Blimey, I didn't know it was still so... I know about the history of it. And like the English Civil War and what have you, and was it the Bishops' War before that? So I've come across it in that context. I didn't realise it was still... it still represented modern day culture. That's interesting. I can see it from there. Haha! Right. I mean, to be more precise, I can't see that, to be honest, but the game sees it, and that's the important thing. So that's actually connected up. So I think all I need to do is connect up the green on the other end, and come back here and collect the star. I think that's all there is to it. I live on one of the many, many islands, and it's about 20 years behind everywhere else. I didn't get proper tarmac it didn't get proper tarmac roads until the 1960s. To be fair, that's probably not that uncommon. I mean, you say 20 years, but how many people would have had a car in the 1940s in this country? Some people, sure, but like most people would have... Most people, yeah, probably most people would have still been using horses and carts then, right? Like, what else would they have been using? Okay. I think it is a little late, but I don't think it's like absolutely ridiculously late, if that makes sense.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What's it like to be mayor?
It feels surprisingly good. I spent so many years just talking about change, but I never really tried to actually put myself in a position where I could make a difference. Noble failure is overrated, if you ask me. Better to actually win.
Please don't take everything I say as truth, as fact. It's solidified 100% accurate. Oh, I hope I haven't made you feel uncomfortable. I'm just trying to socialise using the things that, you know, I know or think I know. That's just where my mind goes. Like, I tend to analyse things. I'm taking liberties. We're really far behind. When my family moved here in 2004, we were shunned simply because we were English. Oh my goodness. It's okay. I'm not good with facts. I just hope I haven't made you feel uncomfortable. Like, you know, like I say, I'm not trying to prove you wrong or anything. That's just like, that's just how I am. Like, all I know is the island didn't get roads until the 1960s. Let's see. Well, I hope I haven't made you uncomfortable. What are your priorities as mayor?
What matters most is just to get people active again. Building, exploring, imagining. Giving each of them a chance to contribute, but also to grow as individuals. Some philosophers have claimed that you can either maximize freedom or security. I've always thought that was a failure of imagination. Or perhaps courage. In fact, the two are intertwined, and we have to maximize both.
Thank you for the resubscription, Tato. I really appreciate it. Twitch is forcing me to do this. How's Twitch forcing you to do it? And no, you didn't upset me. I totally understand. We're both autistic, but I do think our brains work quite differently under that umbrella. If that makes sense. Yes, I think you're probably right. What I'm trying to say is, like, please don't take it personally. Like, this is me attempting to socialise with you. I'm not. I don't want to. Yeah. I have to go check on my dinner, but please don't feel bad. I really need to fact check before I talk, honestly. It's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind, like, I have no complaints about the way you've been, I have no complaints about anything you've said or anything. I just don't want to, like, feel bad when I go straight into analysis mode, because, you know, that's what my brain does. How are you, Tato? Do you think things might still go wrong?
Of course. Faith in humanity doesn't have to be blind faith, 1K. The future isn't going to be a utopia, but it will be better. And not just a little bit.
I'm glad to hear that, Tato. I've got the encyclopedia next to me if you want any more facts. Will your friendship with Alcatraz be okay?
In the long run, I think we'll be fine. He can't imagine the world we're trying to build. But when he sees it with his own eyes, I think he'll come around.
I should go. Have I been turned around? I think so. Yeah, I must have. I was thinking about the direction we were approaching the Sphinx as anything else. I think that must be the wrong way. So we want this way. Yes, right, so I'm trying to get green here. What's the nearest puzzle? Here. Okay. That looks straightforward enough. Here's a connector. Just what we wanted. How do I get green? Or is this going to be an RGB converter type situation? I think it's going to be an RGB converter type situation. Which is fine, we can do that. Did I see another connector in here? I did. There we go. That's another star earned. I just need to go back to it. I'm sorry, I think we clashed there and it was nobody's fault. I don't know, I'm not sure I'd say we clashed, it's just... It's fine. I just got a
The
little
hunter
worried.
does not hunt because he is hungry. He hunts because he revels in death.
I don't think that's true. That may be true in some cases. I don't think that's generally true. That may be true today. It certainly wasn't true historically. Thanks, Pandora. Exactly. Now I need to solve the Sphinx puzzle. I may have to look up a hint for this one. The only clue I have is this diagram, 247A, in this pattern. Yeah, so I suppose in summary, I don't mind at all if you say things that you haven't fact-checked. I don't mind that. Certainly you haven't said anything that I was unhappy with in any way. Please just know that, you know, if I seem to be challenging it, that isn't me trying to start an argument or anything. That's me just trying to keep the conversation going in an interesting way. And I certainly have had it before where I've said, oh no, I don't think that's the case for this reason, and someone else has proven me wrong and said, well no, actually, this is the case and this is why. And I don't mind that at all. I don't mind having my beliefs challenged on a evidential basis. On the contrary, I quite enjoy it and encourage it. Oh, you weren't here. Okay. Oh no, wait, that was Tato. Sorry. I'm sorry I got het up. It was an unintended reaction. You're quite right to challenge things I say, and I shouldn't take it personally, especially when it's not meant as such. I think we're both coming from a place where we're trying to apologise to the other and both establish that this is in our natures, and so it's not something that establish what's in our natures, so that we're less likely to have such misunderstandings in the future, but also comfort the other. I'm okay if you're okay. I'm okay. I'm absolutely fine. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Just a misunderstanding. I'm okay too. Excellent. That's going to be an interesting little tangent in the stream for all the people watching on YouTube. Unexpected little tangent. Yeah, I'm going to need to look up a hint on this one. Sorry, YouTube. That's fine. No, you've done nothing wrong. How long is this game? It depends how long I solve things. I've done, I believe, based on like the hints the game is giving me, I believe I have completed all the main story other than the finale. Now I'm going back and doing all the optional stuff. Thanks for saying so. Oh, I mean, it's the truth. Yeah, I have been playing this for a while. It all depends how quickly I can get through the optional content. I am using hints for some of the optional content. Now. Check the plaque, 2478. It seems to be some kind of passcode. But is this star really going to be simple as memorizing a single number? Surely there must be more to it. I have no doubt there is going to be more to it, but I'm not sure what to do with this. Like, these could be puzzle numbers, for example, because there's 8 puzzles in each region plus 2 optional puzzles. But it might not be. Could 24 refer to the number of hours in the day and 7 the number of days in the week? I don't know. Where would I even enter a number? Like, they say it's going to be some sort of passcode, but off the top of my head, I can't think of any system in the game, aside from the interactive... No, even that doesn't work that way. I can't think of any system in the game that would let me just input numbers. Oh, by the way, the birthday present you got me came today. Oh, excellent! I honestly didn't realise it had taken so long. But I'm glad it made its way to you. And I hope you enjoy it. I'm going to look up the next hint. It can be challenging to figure out what to do with these digits. I recommend completing this area first. You might stumble upon the solution by accident. If you're still clueless after having activated the tower, read the next hints. Let's go back to the tower briefly. Oh, hang on, there's a question mark here. There's something I never found. Probably a lore dump. I suspect if it was a lab or something... In fact, we already got the achievement for finding every lab in the game. So it can't be that. It's probably a lore dump I missed. At the start, it wasn't until someone on YouTube told me that undiscovered things show up as question marks on the compass that I knew I could even use that technique to find things. So in the very first few areas, you know, there apparently there's a couple of things I missed. Oh, I see. I see. It's one that I've read before, got it out of the library, but I enjoyed it so much I wanted to add it to my collection. Ah, it's a Lithrosir audio log.
While exploring the forest, I came across a sight of primal force. A beautiful stag, standing on a hill silhouetted against the setting sun. It appeared like a messenger from some divine natural power, perhaps from Gaia herself. Even to a being such as myself, less susceptible to manipulation by instincts and hormones, it was clearly a moment of revelation. In such moments, we are told to avert our eyes. But what if we do not? What will we discover if we look more closely? If we could speak to the stag, what wisdom would it have to offer? The answer is none. The stag is an animal of overwhelming stupidity, driven only by fear, hunger, and lust. There is no abyss for us to plunge into behind this revelation. Rather, the revelation is as flat and unreal as the plywood walls of a film set.
Well then. Yep, I still have no idea how to solve that Sphinx puzzle, even having gotten into the tower. Part of the problem could have been that I solved this so long ago that I've just forgotten this area. But either way, I'm going to have to read the next clue. Maybe I'll read it after I cross the bridge, so that I don't fall into the river. Is there a river? There is. That doesn't look like a great, a fun fall. I don't suppose there's any possibility I've missed something here, is there? I don't think so. Alright, resorting to another clue. The individual digits of this passcode were not arbitrarily chosen. No, they appear to be from puzzles, so far as I can tell. Or certainly it's very notable that they're all in range. Then again, how could they be out of range? The only digit that would have been out of range would have been 9. The font of these numbers seems familiar, don't you think? No. Oh. Don't mind if I do. That was a Prometheus spark. I wasn't expecting to stumble across that, but if it's there, I'll take it. You're saying this is a familiar font? Huh. I mean, it's a very modern font, because it's new style numerals, and there's no like fancy embellishment or anything. I would guess it's a sans serif font, but it's hard to tell given that it's digits I'm looking at. That's an interesting emote. I mean, they said it's a familiar looking font in the hints I'm looking at. Where would I have seen text before? It would have had to have been on one of the terminals, wouldn't it? Where else could it have been? Alright, let's visit some of the terminals then, and see what we can see. I use it as a thinking emote, though I'm not sure that's what it was originally for. This certainly looks consistent, doesn't it? Author 5358. Yeah, I reckon that is the same font. Although, actually, I'll tell you what, there is another place I may have seen it. And that's on the signs here. Those are definitely the same. Okay. Yeah, this is what they're hinting at, I'm sure of it. That truly is an unrealistic number. Didn't mean to send that here. Okay, I have to go now, but I had a good time. Sorry again for the misunderstandings. I hope you have a good rest of your stream and weekend. Thank you! And I hope you have a good weekend too. And it was a pleasure to have you stop by. Honestly, don't feel bad about the misunderstanding. It's not even war under the bridge. It is just not. It's not an issue at all. Please take care. The only other thing I can think is, does it geographically want me to, like, find the equidistant point between 2, 4, 7 and 8? There's 4. That is 2 near here. Three. That's not what we're looking for. Six. That's not one of them. 2, 4, 7, 8, wasn't it? Double triangle puzzle. I don't think it's that then. I don't think these are puzzles that were geographically close to each other and where I could realistically... Beautiful view. Realistically find the midpoint. I mean, I know a midpoint would exist no matter where they are, but it's not like they actually make a nice square or anything. So far as I can tell. One. Okay, I'm gonna need another hint. Standing in front of the monument, head to the entrance of the nearby main puzzle in front of you, which is number 5. Something should stand out to you on the way there. Okay? We can do that. Hold on, let me... Is this the thing? We've already discovered this. Which one's 5? It's 1 over there, isn't it? 5. Okay. Poppies. What's that? They've all got switches on them. Right. Okay, I did not realise that. Well, at least we know what we're doing now. So that's me not being observant enough again. Oh, blimey, look at that stag. 2. We want to turn 2 on. Now we're looking for 4. Four. I should probably stick to the paths. Since all the puzzles should be on the paths, rather than trying to go cross-country. Right, 7 and 8 we're looking for. Is this 7? This is 7. Right, just looking for 8. Where's 8 from here? Over there. Here we go, this should do it. Excellent. Progress being made. Oh, nearly went past it. Huzzah! Solve one Sphinx monument.
Every answer leads to another question. The last answer leads to the first question.
So it's cyclic. Interesting. Excellent. Right, as before, we'll start with the... Well, I'll start heading towards the Golden Gate puzzle. But from there, I mean, if on the way I happen to encounter any of the shrines, we might start looking at that first. Is this it already? I didn't see an entrance there, so if it is, the entrance is presumably around the side somewhere. Yep, this is it. Non-overlapping Magisteria. Magisteria? Sounds like a collection of things that are all magical? Or related to majesty. No, because that would be a J. Magistrate, maybe? plural of magisterium, the teaching authority or office of the Roman Catholic Church, an authoritative statement. Alchemy, the philosopher's stone. Okay, none of that helps. But okay. Where am I trying to get to? I'm trying to get here, so... Oh wow, 3 pressure plates. Presumably I need to get weight on all of them. They've started me off with 2 things that are weighted though. An inverter and a connector. So it's a good start. Ah, I can go in here, that's a purple field. And there's the final one. Okay. So it's all a question of how do I get stuff out? Oh. That wasn't as effective as I thought it would be. Right, that's all fantastic. How do I get stuff out? I guess that is the question. Do let me know if you want any thanks, Tato. I mean, the obvious thing would be to move this in here, but how does that help? What's the end state gonna look like? I'd need to get red and blue going here and here from this side. Using that red, presumably. Okay. It's tempting to connect the red up with this, but it would cut the blue off. I could shortcut the blue like so. But I don't think this helps overall. Because now none of the pieces can move. Let's look at this another way. Both red and blue is dependent on you. Only red is dependent on you. So yeah, in principle, if I had another way to get red here, that would free this component up. How could I possibly... connect red up without crossing the blue? That seems impossible. Ah, maybe. No, that's not going to work. Never mind. This probably isn't going to work. But let's just reset the system with the connector in here and see if the way I would have solved it would have been different. The problem is, using this to both grab the red and connect up over here just makes sense. Alright, let's try this. Now what? I'm not even more stuck than I was before. I think so. Yeah, because now every component is essential. Every component is used and essential. That doesn't help. Huh, interesting that you became red. No help there. Oops. Didn't need to do that. This is a good one. It got me good, but it's a good one. I don't think there is another way that I could solve this with fewer components. Up to this point. I think necessarily I must set it up with the two inverters the way I have. I suppose a important point here is I'm currently inverting twice. I'm inverting from red to blue and then back to red. In principle, I should be able to only invert once. There should be a way of getting that red here using just a connector, and blue using just an inverter. That much is clear. The connector would have to be carrying the red. Alright. Another inverter is of no use now. What I really need... Hang on, even if I did all this... How would I get everything on the outside? I'd have to do the blue like that. Ultimately. How do I get the red round here? As it currently stands, though. Good. Well, I mean, this is just where we were before, but still. But now you need to do the blue. So I need a way to get the blue there. I need an alternative path for the blue. Which doesn't use up the connector, but doesn't cross here. Doesn't cross where the red would be coming from. It's still not. Still not clicking. Being the connector in here feels like the only thing I've gained the ability to do. There definitely aren't any more components, are there? No. Alright. We'll repeat this old experiment, I guess. With only one component on the outside, it has to do the blue. Work on solving a puzzle for more than 20 minutes. Oh really? Is that the first time I've done that? Goodness. I didn't realise. Goes to show that this puzzle really is an especially hard one for me. They've got me good. I must be being such a fool. Right, I can disrupt this now if I so choose. Which could allow a red beam to go down there, but to what ends? Because I've already used up the connector. Transporting the blue. What was this again? Non-overlapping magisteria. Non-overlapping is, I assume, telling me I don't need to use interference in any way. two beams crossing. Part of the problem is they can't generate blue in there without a inverter. Hang on. I have 3 tools. Each of them can produce a beam. There are 2 receivers of different colours, so they're receiving beams from different tools. Therefore, whatever the solution to this puzzle is, it must involve me swapping out one part at a time. It couldn't not. I'd have to go from a state where I have 2 in use, because that's the minimum, to 3 in use, which is the maximum, and then back to 2 so that I could carry on solving the puzzle. I cannot currently, from this state, connect up the red. So therefore, I must be connecting up the blue. I suppose the question then is, what has this gained me? I know I no longer need this. Well, that's not going to help when the force field goes up, so I guess I need to do that. Right, what's the benefit of that? The conclusion is that I should now be able to remove one of the 2 inverters. Because it wouldn't make sense to put a tool down just to remove it immediately, so it must be one of the 2 inverters. Can I remove the red one here? No, I cannot. Ah! But in theory, I could send you blue. From here. The problem is you're getting your blue from here as well. It doesn't now free up this inverter. At most, I'd be able to move that inverter, but even then, if I pick this up, it's going to break the circuit. Both force fields down, but this was supposed to free up a inverter, but it hasn't. This inverter is still necessary to produce blue. This inverter is still necessary to get red there. Presumably I have to swap the colours then. Good, that doesn't interfere there. So if I got red to that... it would do the blue there, but then what would be doing the red here? Nothing. That doesn't help. Okay. They're still currently all still necessary. Still not seeing it. I can see the end state of this puzzle. I just need that red to go there, and this to be turning that red into blue. I need the force field down the whole time. Ah, maybe. And then that just becomes a matter of bootstrapping. Good. Hold on. Let's try that again, but moving this one's position so it's in not such a awkward place. Good, that should be bootstrapped. Good. Very good. What do I do from here? So the big advantage is it now doesn't have to go round the long way. Now I want to send red round to the back like that. And I think that's the end state, isn't it? No, because the blue's not sorted. No, but I've freed this one up. I have freed it up. So now I can set a blue from over here. And now you're free. Oh, I've done it. Oh my goodness, that took me far too long. Well, we got there in the end. So I suppose the trick was realising getting the connector on the inside, which is the main thing you gain from the initial setup that brings the force field down. That's what it allows you to do. It allows you to move all the components over to the right hand side, and that is well worth doing. That then allows you to connect things up in angles that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. Which allows you to solve the puzzle.
Was an act of defiance in a way. To bring a new life into existence and say, this is good, this is fundamentally good, because human beings are unique and valuable, and every single one of them enriches the universe just by existing. We wanted to celebrate that, and to have a personal connection to the life we created, to be invested in each other the way it was in the beginning, to be parents.
Blimey. Very nice music, which has just stopped. That's the megastructure. That's not a megastructure. That's the central structure in this area. I've forgotten what we're calling them. Towers? That's a statue, and that's telling me something. So I know I'm looking at it from one of the spokes up the top, like pointing at us. That's a significant landmark. That looks like it's probably water. Yeah, there's water by the side of us and a statue there. Something there of significance. Alright, I'll try to find it. To get that view, we'd have to be quite a distance away from it, I think. Oh, there's water. Which is a good start. Is it the only water, though? Currently going around the outskirts looking for signs of a statue. Oh, hello. A child playing. Interesting. I wonder why they set up these holograms. Oh, is that part of Athena's psyche as well? Interesting. I wonder what it's supposed to symbolize. That's interesting. Oh, that's just the normal laser. That's the laser that's going to the megastructure. For a moment I thought it was an orange laser and that was confusing me. Huh, what a strange thing I've just found. Oh? Oh, another one of those long, but another one of those threads to follow. Which I'm sure we will in good time. But first, I'm still looking for the statue we saw in the diagram. Still not seeing it. Is that where we started? Or is this another one? This is another one. So this must be near one end of that thread I talked about. We're about the right distance away now. I still don't see the statue though. Shame there wasn't a compass on that diagram. Be helpful if I knew which direction the central structure was relative to everything else in that diagram. And now I think we are back to the start. That's frustrating. I wonder what that says. I wonder if their writing system in this game actually is some sort of encoding of English and could be read. If I knew what that was, it would help. I wonder if that's visible from the center. Let's try that. I mean, it looks almost like a... It looks like two posts in the ground with something over top. Almost like a goal. Well, we can rule that out. That's not it. Oh dear. I suppose it could be whatever that is. I'm a little dubious though. There's that thread again. We were looking for water, weren't we? That could be it. That could be it. We're looking just off of north. I think water's probably the clue. Or the biggest clue. So in the north there's water. Is there water in any other direction? A bit to the south. I'm less convinced though. A bit over there. North's looking most likely, isn't it? Alright, let's head down there and have a bit of an explore. So again, we're looking for a statue of a head. I seem to remember it was on the left-hand side. That certainly looks plausible, doesn't it? It'd have to be like over here though, for that to make sense. Ah! I think I've accidentally found what we were looking for anyway. So is there a head statue this over here? Hang on, I want to look at that diagram again. However I do that. Over here? I don't see it. I mean, I'm sure it must exist. Up there? That might have the height. No, I don't see it. Oh well. Is this a puzzle? Yes, that we've done. Well, the question is this where I'm supposed to be? Or am I specifically supposed to find the head? That's not it, is it? In this diagram, the cross is between one of the legs of the central structure and the beam that's coming down, so we're on the wrong side. This is about the angle. No. There, maybe. There's something up there. Or is it just set dressing? It's hard to tell. Very suspenseful music, isn't it? I may have to resort to clues in a moment. Oh well, I gave it a good go. Let's have a look at some clues. X marks the spot. The central structure depicted on the engraving is easily recognised, and the huge humanoid statue should be hard to miss too. Have you seen it before? No. The statue is in the northwestern corner of the map. Try lining up your viewpoint with that sketch. After that, it should be clear where the X is pointing to. Okay? That saved us a bit of time. We've been over here before. Hang on, if I'm in the northwest, then I should be looking southeast to look at the centre. Hey, Pineapple. How was Talos 1? I bought it during some sale, but haven't started it yet. I really enjoyed Talos 1. I will say it's a bit different to Talos 2. The main difference is that in Talos 2, they throw a load of lore at you straight out the gate and a load of story. Whereas in Talos 1, that was kind of reversed. It was puzzles first, and you had to actually be interested to go out of your way to find the story. The story that was there was great, in my opinion, but it was really... If you wanted to just ignore the story and only do the puzzles, it was really, really easy to do that. So yeah, that's like the main difference. The other thing I'd say is a bit different is this game actually throws a lot of new gimmicks at you in each new puzzle area, whereas the previous game didn't do that to anything like the same extent. It was often much more about finding really intricate solutions to problems using a very small toolset. Oh, nice. I've heard many prefer 1 than 2. I see. I wonder if that could be because 1 came out before 2. And so the existing... I wonder if that could be the classic problem of the existing fan base expected more 1, and they actually got 2, if that makes sense. That could be it. Ah, that's the structure we saw in the engraving. Is it very philosophical? Love those kind of stuff. Again, you have to actually bother to look at find the lore that's hidden in the levels, but yes, very much so. There's a lot of that. I don't know what it's pointing to, but I know the direction it's in. Oh, one other thing I would say about the first game is as the you know what I just said about how it's much more about finding intricate solutions with a much smaller tool set. One of the problems I found was that by the end of the game, the solutions you were looking for were so intricate and so much based on having established a really firm understanding of how the mechanics of the game worked, you know, down to some really quite small details, that you ended up with a mindset which was basically identical to that of a cheater. Or, like... I don't know how else to put it. Like, you were trying to find... The very end puzzles, you were, like, trying to find solutions based on such... such intricacies, it felt like exploits. And on one or two occasions, I actually had chatters tell me, oh no, you weren't supposed to solve it that way. And it's like, well, I did. Like, how could I have known that wasn't the legitimate solution? I thought about the puzzle really hard, and that's the solution I came to, and it worked. Like, it doesn't seem like what I have just done is in any way more unreasonable than solutions I know were legitimate to other puzzles. Does it make any difference though? That's interesting. Does it make any difference though? Probably not. Just something I observed that I thought you might find interesting. Does the game have many endings? I think it does. I believe I ended up going... I believe I achieved the best possible ending. First time. I think there were a number of not so good endings that you could have... got, but I had been playing the game throughout, you know, thinking very critically. And... because of that, I wasn't... I'm trying not to give anything away. Because of that, I ended up avoiding endings that could have been suboptimal. Hey Olivia, it's lovely to see you. How are you? In case anyone's wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to solve one of the optional puzzles in this game. The clue I've been given from the game, as opposed to the hints I've got up in a browser, is... where is it? This engraving. I wish I could zoom in on this, but I'm not sure if there is a way I can. Oops, that certainly didn't do it. But you should be able to see like a statue on the right hand side, that big pointy structure in the... the statue on the left hand side, the big pointy structure on the right, and if you look more carefully you can see there's like something sticking up out of the... There's like a... Do I have a cursor? There's that thing there, and then there's like X marks a spot there. And I'm pretty sure that's this scene. I think that's the statue. I think that's the thing that we could see sticking up. But I can't figure out what the X is marking. Even after doing the puzzles the wrong way? Yeah, because I solved the puzzle. I got to the end, so it counted. I'm a bit tired, but I'm well. How's the game going? It's going okay, slowly, but okay. I'm off of the main story puzzles now, and I'm onto the optional ones. And they're both harder, and it's taken me longer. How did your little event go? Oh, that's a nice puzzle, but I can understand how it could be irritating. Yeah. I genuinely cannot figure out what they're pointing at there. Hang on, look at the position of the hand on the other side. So I should be about here, I think? Is this the view that we had? I think so. The problem is I cannot make out whatever it is that's supposed to be over there. I know logically it's like somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. but I can't see it. Oh, thank you for doing the shout out. That means the lovely Pikachu must be lurking, because I forgot to do the shout out. It was a bit drizzly, off and on, but overall successful. Wonderful. I feel like I can see a circle. It ended at noon. I just spent the last little bit setting up the kids' room for my lesson tomorrow. I see. I didn't know that's something you did, but that sounds lovely. This is the structure we saw, but I'm still not seeing whatever it is I'm supposed to find. Part of the problem is I don't know what it is that I'm supposed to find. I assume they've just got like a switch hidden somewhere or something. Because I don't know what else could do it. So basically there's these shrines in this world, and when you solve one of the shrine puzzles, a golden star appears in the center of it. So I'm supposed to be doing something that's going to trigger one of these golden stars to appear, and I don't know what that would be unless it was, as I say, a switch. Haha! Look what I just found! So the question is, where is the shrine? Because I've actually forgotten. That's a shrine. I think this is where we're going because it's flashing. I caught you next, Pineapple. Hello, Olivia. Got power? I teach the kids once a month, and most Wednesdays. That's very nice of you. No worries, Pikachu. I never stream. Thanks, though. No, that's no power. Sorry to hear that, Olivia. As you've said previously, hopefully you'll have it later tonight, though. I'm currently chilling in the church parking lot, trying to decide what I want to eat. Are you looking for food suggestions? I'm sure chat would love to throw a bunch at you. Oh! Haha! There's our star! That's another optional one done.
The wheel turns, but without the road, it cannot move.
Okie dokie. Good to know. Right, so we've got another puzzle. Another shrine puzzle over this way. I think I'm in, like, I don't think I can get out that way. There we go. Oh, well, it depends on what is open and if it requires cooking. I'm making some iced tea. I've never had iced tea. Never had iced coffee either. Right, so this is expecting me to connect up that connector. That's only going to be possible using connectors that are like already connected, that the devs have set up. So somewhere around here I should be able to see lines in the sky denoting connections. It'll make a lot more sense when I can show you. I wasn't expecting I'd have to go this far afield to find them though. This is problematic. Iced tea sounds amazing right now. Evening, Peaks. I'm just wandering now, trying to find these lines in the sky I was expecting. Ah, there's one. There's one. So that's one. That's one end. This must be the end that's close to the shrine. Where was the shrine again? It was over here, wasn't it? How am I going to connect that up? Especially with the connection being on this side. Maybe using a connector in this puzzle? There it is. Can I connect anything up there? Yes. Right, where was the other one? Was that it? Yes. Okay, that explains that. That's how I connect up that end. Right, I need to go back to this one. I need to like follow the trail. In case people didn't notice, the receiver on this shrine is a green colour. There it is. So I'm trying to get green there. Ideally. So I need to go back to this network of connectors and find out where it leads. Correct me if I'm wrong, but cold drinks aren't really a thing in the UK, are they? Oh, they certainly are. Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure how to respond to that. Yes, absolutely we have cold drinks. I mean, iced tea, iced coffee obviously exists, but also lemonade, squashes, juice, beer. Although, strictly speaking, beer is supposed to be consumed warm, not cold, but... well, I say warm, room temperature. But I'm not sure the young folks know that anymore. I think that's something that's been forgotten. I like my beer colder than my... Okay. Alright. I'll head off now. Okie doke. Have a good one too. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of someplace else. I mean, it's possible that it's even more of a thing in America, but I'd be surprised, because, you know, you can just... Not only do we consume cold drinks at home, but of course, you can buy them as well when you're out. Like, ice in soda and water. Soda and water, that's interesting. Is that what you call soda water? Oh, not mixed. Okay, I was gonna say. Yeah, we have ice. To be fair, it's possible that it's like... less commonly added to drinks, unless you like specifically ask or something. I could believe that. But like, certainly if you're in the pub and you order anything, and it doesn't have to be alcoholic, it could be it could be like an orange juice or something. They'll ask you if you want any ice. Yeah, maybe if you're like drinking in a cafe or something, perhaps then they would be less likely to add ice. That would make sense, because I don't suppose a lot of cafes would bother to keep ice. But I don't get out enough, really, to answer these questions. Cold and ice drinks definitely exist over here. Whether or not it's less of a thing, I'm not sure. Is it a thing in other European countries, do you know? Maybe I'm thinking of one of them. I don't know, to be honest. Where's the... There we go, that's where we're headed. To collect our star. I could have sworn I watched a video that someone was calling America weird for how much ice we use. Maybe, I could believe that. If you use a lot more ice, that would make sense. What I'm getting at here is I don't have the sufficient cross-cultural knowledge to ascertain whether the UK uses a lot less ice than America. I could believe that. You know, there would certainly be plenty
False
of...
idols are worshipped not because they are idols, but because they are false. True idols are rejected because the truth is feared.
Goodness. Oh, thank you for that, Pandora. What was I thinking? There's certainly scope for us to use... or plenty of room for us to use more ice in the UK. So I could believe it that in America you do ice on a much bigger scale. But speaking as a British person with only experience in Britain, it strikes me as odd to suggest that we don't use ice in our drinks. I came back only to say that beer is only preferred cold in Europe, mainly because room cellar temperatures there is 10 to 13 degrees, while other continents may see up to 40 in summers. Interesting. But wouldn't that mean that cold drinks would be preferred in countries outside of Europe? If Europe has the colder cellar temperatures, then presumably they would be the countries where the beer is not always served cold. According to a quick Google search, lagers and lighter beers are taken cold. Ales, stouts, porters and cask ales are served at 10 to 13 degrees. I would not be drinking warm beer in a desert. Well, if it's all you had to drink, you would be. 10 degrees C equals 50 Fahrenheit. I don't mean that you don't, only that it was unpopular, which is also probably false. I have a funky memory, so I could just be spouting off nonsense. Oh, no worries at all. I have a bad memory myself. I know exactly what it's like. Yeah, I can't say definitively. I could believe that ice drinks are less popular in the UK than they are in America. That is perfectly plausible. But it's not like we don't have them. Wasn't it ice in water that was not popular? I've been lurking and not listening. I see. I could believe that. I mean, if you order water in a restaurant, they don't usually turn up with ice in. So yeah, that would make sense. Right, so that's 3 regions completed. On to our 4th of 12. Ice is also not preferred in beer, or any alcohol possibly. Well, there certainly are alcoholic drinks where you would conventionally have them with ice. But yes, I agree, you wouldn't... I don't think beer is usually served with ice. as I say, traditionally it was always served at room temperature. So, like, going back to the Second World War, for example, there are, like, these fantastic videos which they produced to teach US troops about Britain while they were stationed over there. And I believe that's one of the things they pick up on, is the fact that, well, you know, back home, we have ice in our beer. But, of course, in the UK, they prefer not to have their beer cold, which, as far as I'm aware, is traditionally true. We never used to, but I'm not sure that. I think that might be going out of, maybe not going out of fashion, but just like being forgotten, if that makes sense. I think a lot of people don't realise or care, which is fair enough. However, they prefer to have their drinks. If I go to a restaurant in the US and ask for water, it often comes with lemon and ice. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. And then when you said you personally haven't had iced tea or coffee, maybe just jump to conclusions. Yes, I think for my age group, I think I'm unusual for not having had iced tea or iced coffee. I think iced tea and iced coffee only came over here. I could be wrong. I feel like it only came over here in a big way in my lifetime. I mean, I'm sure it must have existed before then, but I swear it became a lot more possible during my lifetime. Nowadays, it's, you know, everywhere. But I've personally never had it. Room temperature is 25 degrees. Stop saying that. Well, it would be whatever temperature the room is where they store it. Sorry, was this the Golden... Yeah, this was the Golden Gate puzzle. Vantage point. Interesting. The point is, they would store the beer somewhere and then they would just pour it out into a pint glass and then give it to you. No one drinks beer below 13 degrees. Germany is drinking some beers at cellar temperature of 10 to 13 degrees. Do you mean over 13 degrees? Rest of the world likes it chilled. Icy beer sounds weird, but I've known people to enjoy it. What's everybody's favourite beer? Just trying to figure out what I can do here. Root beer. I've never had root beer. I've heard of it. The one I find in my fridge at 6 AM and can carry to my car and go for a ride. Don't drink and drive, kids. Oh, that reminds me of a song I need to share with somebody. Did I have anything over here? Any tools currently available? No. And I'm guessing this won't work? No. There's a craft beer made Hefeweizen style, but with blood orange. No one here a big fan of just hops and barley then? I'm not a huge fan of alcohol, but I do enjoy fruity cocktails. I had it at the airport at the start of a vacation, so now it feels like freedom. Sounds like a good name for a brand of beer in the US. I am very confused. I don't know what I can do. Oh, I know what I can do. This may be a mistake, mind you, but I can do it. Boop. Over I go. And then I can get the box out. Good. And now I can go back over. With box in tow. I don't know if that helps, but we'll see. Never had root beer? Olivia. Margarita? No, I've never had root beer. I don't even know what the root is. Like, I know what roots are of a plant, but I don't know what plant root beer... Ah, I have a theory. Send this over here. Now, is there a red receiver over here I can access? No. Well, then I'm still confused. Huh. Occasionally. I had a guava margarita once I really enjoyed. What? Never had it. That's interesting. Sarparilla? Which I may be mispronouncing. Ah, ha ha ha. Am I supposed to be getting blue here? Is that the aim? Maybe. Perhaps. I'm still fuzzy on the details. One of these days, El Magnifico, I'm gonna come visit and I'm making your root beer float. I think I remember hearing about that from a video game. A root beer float. Was that an item in Monkey Island or something? Ooh, good idea, Olivia. Definitely a must try sometime. And s'mores! Ah, ha ha ha! I think I've figured part of it out. Okay. Sorry, that took me far too long. There we go. Progress is being made. Monkey Island, Guybrush Threepwood? The very same. Just googled. Root beer is made from sassafras tree root. What? Sassafras? That sounds like something that Oh, my iPhone needs to cool down before you can use it. Okay. It's overheating. Wonderful. I guess that means my VTuber model's frozen for a while. Yeah, what was I going to say? That sounds like something Sylvester the Cat would say. Sassafras? I have no further components. Interesting. Suckering succotash, exactly. I think I possibly was meant to leave one of the robot bodies in there. I'm a little unclear on how, though. How'd I get one of the robots over there but have one of them in here at the same time? That is a mystery. Ah, maybe. Maybe not. I guess the tree is native to the US. I don't know, but it seems likely. Personally, I mean, I don't have as wide an experience with beers to offer a truly informed opinion, but I would probably go for either an IPA or Guinness. I think they're both lovely. Once I went to a town that was preserved back to the Gold Rush days. The whole town had been turned into a blast from the past. Very clever. It was a full town, but everyone had to dress and act the part. So it was a historical reenactment site then. That sounds so fun. I know they've got something similar like that in the UK for the Victorian era. It is something I'd like to see at some point. They had a saloon that served sarsaparilla on tap. The issue is, if I swap back here, I can't get back over there while they're trapped in here. I know I could use that box to weight stuff down, but I need that box over there as well. Has anyone here done any reenactment activities? Not personally. I think when I was at school on one occasion we were expected to dress up as Tudors and go to some Tudor reenactment site. I don't remember it very well though. Ah! Maybe... Can I connect it all up? No, I can't. Not with these angles. Which implies I need to have someone on the inside. Hello, Abo House. Sorry, Abo Bouse. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you're having a good day. How fun! I went to a birthday party once that was a murder mystery from the Old South and had to wear a hoop skirt. Interesting. Too easy. What's a hoop skirt? Is that like wearing a crinoline? I think it's called. The thing that gives structure to a dress, so that it the dress can be much wider than it would usually have. Ooh-wee, that sounds like so much fun. Well, I think you both have seen my Civil War ball gown. I have not, and I would love to. It looked like Olivia's. I see. How much structure did it have? And were you wearing corsets? Well, obviously one person would wear one corset. But mine was blue. Apologies for being awfully dim here. I shouldn't have been stuck on this puzzle for this long. Yep, the hoop skirt has boning in it. And other structure to hold the skirt out. Yes, that makes sense. For some reason, people don't dress like that anymore, and it is a shame. My pics are in the Music and Art channel on my Discord. I was not wearing a corset, but I do have a couple. Having a look now. Oh wow, you look beautiful. That is nice. I like the gloves. That looks like so much fun. Such a pretty pink. What's that you have in your hair? Are those flowers or are those bows? Lovely necklace. Oh, I think you've got some pearls in your hair as well. Is that a pearl necklace. Very nice indeed. Try getting in a car wearing one of those. I drove in one. Perhaps that's why people don't dress that way anymore. But words are not designed with that fashion in mind anymore. Oh, sorry, our worlds, perhaps? Olivia the Princess. That is correct, actually. The Depression in America and the introduction of women into the hard labour workforce did a lot of that. Yeah. That does make a lot of sense. Oh, thanks. You're very welcome. Pink is my favourite. Pearl pins and flowers. Muchas gracias. You're very welcome. Oh dearie me, I do need to actually solve this puzzle. What am I missing? I need to get them in here. One of the problems was I don't have enough weights. Ah! This isn't going to quite work though, because how do I then get it back? I mean, okay, I can send this back and forth from side to side. But I do need this over here, in the end. I need this character in here with the connector, and I need this over there. I love living history activities. I know I also, when I was at school, visited an Anglo-Saxon site. Forgotten if they had any historical reenactment there, and I've got a feeling there was another medieval site I visited. Schools like to set up trips like that. West Stowe, I think, was the Anglo-Saxon one. Do you do them often, Olivia? Actually, I think I just like an excuse to dress up. I dress up every day. Regardless of what people think of me. What is that instrument? Is it a glockenspiel? I think it might be. Not really, but I keep my eye out for them. Is this... getting up here, is this an advantage? In some weird way that I hadn't thought about. I've always wanted to work at a seasonal haunted house. What? What does that mean? Oh, I scrubs most days. Oh, of course you would. Maybe a vibraphone. Ah. I didn't realise haunting a house was an occupation in the United States. Too low to be a glockenspiel. Okay. Good ear. And good knowledge. I have an idea. This'll either work, or it'll leave me stranded here. Let's just find out which it is. Ah, it's going to leave me stranded here. Ah. Okay, that's less than ideal. Although, actually... No, I think there is a solution to this. Well, of course there's a solution to it, but I think there's a solution that I haven't messed up yet. Whee! Got it. I can do it.
After Miranda died, Athena started crumbling. It wasn't just the death of our daughter, it was everything. The burden of century after century of trying to keep the flame alive, trying to make Alexandra Drennan's sacrifice worth it, while everyone else got caught up in their petty personal problems. Even with me there, she was lonely. She felt responsible for everyone, as if she could change the tides of history by will alone. And I can understand why, because she kind of did.
I really like how you dress up, Magnifico. Oh, thank you. Have I sent you any pictures? Oh, of course. No, I know exactly how you would know. I'm being silly. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I keep forgetting to ask if that's an ascot you're wearing. I believe that is the American term for what we would call in Britain would call a cravat. So the word's different, but I think the answer to that is yes. Okay. What do I make of this, then? It's the Sphinx, yes. Wait, it says cat. C-A-T. Cat. Or act. I suppose it could be. Or tack. Yes. Just to be clear, this is my clue. Unless I look on that website where they have hints. This is all I'm getting to solve this one. Presumably it's going to be a switch again? I think I've solved it. And I think I've solved it because I stumbled across something in this location before, which I didn't know what to do with. It was a sort of... it was like a grid of buttons that you could press, and I didn't understand what it was doing there. I reckon these are the patterns I'm supposed to fill in. Right, so if I go from the ship, then if I leave the ship, then there's going to be 2 buildings nearby, and behind it, presumably there's going to be one of those panels, and I need to put an A in. Alright. That's the ship, isn't it? So the 2 buildings over here, there they are. Are those the same ones? So far as I can tell. They look a bit further apart than I'd have expected, that's all. Maybe that's the T building and that's the C pair of buildings. Let's find out. So I'm checking to see if there's a panel on the back. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Look. Okie doke. I don't see the panel I was there it is. T. So over here it's presumably supposed to be C. I would guess. I mean, I presume there's another panel around here. No, no, please, no. Ow, no. Could be down here, actually. Maybe this wasn't such a bad thing, falling down here. I've been influenced. I went to Dell and got a turkey sandwich with an iced sweet tea. That sounds nice. Not that I know what iced tea is like, but that sounds nice. Presumably this is supposed to be the C. Wonderful. So it was a good thing we got knocked down here. Well, I hope it's nice. I didn't know Dell sold sandwiches as well as computers. We're just making our way over to the apparently south to find the final pad I can interact with. Hopefully it's over here. I can't guarantee this is the right place. Oh, not Dell. With an I. Oh, Delhi. Sorry. That font is pretty hard to... Nothing. That font is pretty hard to distinguish the L's from the I's. But no, that does make a lot more sense. Oh, this is supposed to be the C. The one I did most recently was supposed to be the A. That makes more sense because it had an extra row of buttons, which means it would be easier to make an A that looks like an A, if that makes sense. Because with just a 3x3 grid, it's not clear that there's supposed to be a gap between the top vertical line and the top horizontal line and the middle horizontal line, which is, I suppose, also the bottom horizontal line, since it's the only other horizontal line, if that makes sense. You're not wrong. It's hard to distinguish L from I sometimes. Yeah. I wonder if I can do something about that. It's not a very... Twitch chat isn't actually all that readable. Oh, wrong one. I want over here, don't I? Where was it? Or do I? Yes, I want over here. And here was me thinking you'd just bought a state-of-the-art sandwich from Dell. I need to be careful here. Ah! Here we go. So this is one that's supposed to be A. And I entered C. Okay. There we go. Job done. Find our way to the shrine. There should be one more shrine in this area. You got a hearty chuckle from me out of that thought. Excellent. Here it is. Excellent.
If the fool persisted in his foolishness, would he become wise?
No. Next question. There's the next shrine. Ah, I see it there. Beautiful scenery, isn't it? Oh, have I done this one already? I think this might be one of the very, very few shrines that I did actually do the first time round. Yep, looks like it. I think this was the first sprite shrine that I figured out. This weather has had me wanting to play one of my Nancy games. Well, the weather's been a bit all over the place, hasn't it? This area in particular is obviously very chilled. But the previous area we were wasn't. It's very beautiful scenery. Goodness me. Well, I have an idea now of how long it takes me to get stuff done. It looks like it's at the moment taking me each region to do the optional content. Having already completed all the main content, seems to take me about 1 hour. Although I think it has varied a bit. I think we did this area considerably quicker than that. But that would imply I would probably have about 2 streams more worth of optional content. And then the finale of the game, which I then might actually end up doing in the same stream. Depending upon how long it takes. So we're probably only looking at 2 or 3 more streams of this now. Realistically. As Tato was saying earlier, we've been playing it for some time. Seems strange to think we might be approaching the end. Oh no way! I just remembered, don't they? Isn't this just like the main campaign? And don't they have like a bunch of bonus like other campaigns that you can access from the main menu? Hang on, where's the VTOL? Over here. Nice. I don't know what the other content's going to be like, mind you. I don't know if it's going to be like this, but entirely new, or if it's going to be just reusing old areas with new puzzles or something. Do you have another in mind? Do you mean another game? Because I don't know what I'm going to play next. I've been trying to make sure I have at least 2 different genres on the go at a time, and since I've got the Souls-likes being action games, I've been trying to keep puzzle adventures going. So I guess I'd be looking for another puzzle adventure to replace this one. I don't know which one it would be. I remember a while ago, the game someone recommended to me on YouTube a while ago, I think, was actually similar to Cave Story, which is not a puzzle adventure. So I guess I wouldn't be doing that. I could do The Dig, which was a LucasArts game. I could do Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. I believe that one was supposed to be an absolute classic. Could go through my Steam library. I might have some adventure games lined up there which I haven't got round to playing yet. Could take a look at Nancy Drew if I wanted. I mean, I probably will eventually. I don't know if that's the next game I want to play in this slot or not though. Oh, I can't make it over there. Invisible wall. Oh well. So yeah, I don't know. Some sort of puzzle adventure game. Have you done Myst before? Yes, and it is amazing. I was saying earlier about how the VTOL riding along the rails reminds me of Riven. I did the entire Myst series. I don't know, was it like a year ago or was it 2 years ago now? Might actually be 2. But yeah, I've done all of them except Uru, was it? Mist Age of Uru, which I think was like their attempt at some sort of online game. Because I think players could make their own worlds or something. I didn't do that one, but I think I've done all the other Myst games. I haven't done the Myst remakes though. That is a good reminder. Ooh, I would 100% want to watch you play Nancy. Like I say, I would be very surprised if I don't end up playing at least one of the Nancy Drew games at some point. Since I do like my puzzle adventure games. I'm just not sure if that's what I'm thinking. That's what I feel like playing next, if that makes sense. Wow, I'm very impressed. But yeah, the thing you reminded me of is I did recently buy the Mist and Riven remakes. I played the originals on ScumVM, which is an emulator. But I did actually buy the modern remakes very recently, and I haven't done them. And I think they said that they did actually change some of the puzzles around, so that, you know, old players could come back and it wouldn't be completely trivial. What's that over there? Interesting, I must have missed this.
To us who have only just begun this journey of philosophy, the world may seem like a mystery that can never be solved. A great deal has been written since the days of the Seven Sages, but how much of it is truth and how much of it is idle speculation? I've offended many by saying that most philosophy will, as the centuries pass, be discarded as foolishness and superstition. But it is a truth only philosophers fail to see. And yet we cannot abandon reason and conclude that we cannot know anything. Rather, we must accept the journey towards understanding will be long, and our task is to build a foundation for those who will one day arrive at its destination.
That was very interesting. Yes, I understand. But yeah, quite a few games I could play. I should probably wrap up now, as enjoyable as this is. And I have been enjoying both playing and speaking to you. But I should probably wrap up and get myself something to drink. We could raid Art Dad. What's he doing? Bloodborne. Seems like a good plan. What was I thinking? Upcoming streams. I'm going to be streaming again on Monday. That's going to be more Dark Souls 2. On Tuesday, we're going to have more Bloodborne. On Wednesday, we'll be back to the Talos Principle 2. On Thursday, background to Dark Souls 2. Friday is going to be more It Takes Two with Pikachu, followed by some more Bloodborne. And then next Saturday, we should be back round to more Talos Principle 2. That's the plan anyway. Thank you to... Oh yeah, and if my streaming schedule should change, then of course I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon and Meta Threads, and I would also announce it on our Discord server. Thank you so much for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everybody that kept me company in chat. And thank you to everybody who lurked. I do all this for you, and I appreciate each and every one of you. I wish you all a wonderful night. I'm just going to wait a few seconds before I can actually do this raid. 3, 2, 1. Right. Have a wonderful night, everyone.